Hi, everybody. This is Allison from AllyKat Creations. How are you? Like, share, subscribe to my channel if you have yet to do so. And if you get anything from my work, I'll connect the dot in epiphany, a mind explosion, a new book to read, a new author to explore, artwork to create. Look how cute he is. Please consider supporting my work. All the links are at the bottom of the description. AllyKatCreations211.com is my website. It's a portfolio. If you're interested in purchasing anything or doing commerce with me, please email me. I do pyramids, lots of different sizes and types of pyramids, skulls, candles, paint and sip paintings, craft and sip stuff, hyper realistic drawings, which we're probably going to work on today, and all the fun. So go check me out there. I have memberships, 3D and 4D. It's a great way to get back to this channel. You also get an hour-plus long Oracle card reading every weekend, and that's honing in to the collective of members. It's ways of what you should be looking and focusing on in your healing path and journey, your ascension path and journey, things that we can look forward to, things we need to still work on in the shadow, all that fun stuff. It's there. I have special emojis. I'm still working on the other ones. Still, it's annoying because every time I take a picture, I have to size it and resize it and resize it, resize it. It is not working. We're working on it. You guys get entries to my raffles for free entries, one a piece, but 4D gets 2 free entries, 3D gets 1, and that's when I'm able to do raffles. Right now I can't be doing them, but in the future we'll see if I live to tell the tale. 4D gets a little something extra and special. I will be off for 2 weeks, unpaid, and I will be doing Zooms, potentially 1 or 2, for the channel members. So that includes 3D and 4D. So if you are a channel member and you're interested, reach out to me. I will create a Zoom. I have to just look at my schedule and see what's going on. I also got a lot of sick kids around me, so I am coughing. We'll go into my day yesterday, but just to let you guys know, I will be doing that. And also 4D gets an introductory to my presentations, and they get to give me feedback and help out if they would like. So it's a really fun interactive membership. Come join us in the chat. We're fun, loving, healing, angelic, and beautiful souls. Hi, everybody. Hi, Scott. Hi, Ashmaya. What's up, guys? So car's still not fixed. I can't afford it. I had an unexpected bill come my way that I had to pay, couldn't hold it off, and that was my battery money. So I am still unable to drive my vehicle. Not that that's the worst thing in the world, but yesterday I do apologize for putting out the quantum AI metaphysics and not a waspy. It took me forever to walk to the post office, and it was like -2 degrees. The morning before was like -20. So it's not fun walking in that weather. I'm fine. I'm very, very sore because it took me an hour to go there, and that's not equating that half hour it took me to walk from my job to my house. So I did a lot of walking yesterday. I'm very sore. My muscles really hurt. I took some magnesium, and I've been taking some supplements, but I do have a lot of sick kids around me. They're all coughing and in your face. So I also have to see if there is if Amazon delivers Dayquil. And not that I'm not doing the supplements and stuff, but uh sometimes the chemical pharmakia stuff actually does work. Because mm-mm. It sucks walking and having a sniffle. It sucks walking and having sniffles. Hi, everybody in the background. I only got two in the chat. Don't be shy. Unless you're trolls. Hi. So today we had Tuesdays and Thursdays are my heavy loaded with the kids day. I had a lot of kids today. I got a mean workout today. I'm getting my development back in my arms. Literally curling a child, literally curling a child. This child's fun and very light, but a good workout. Um, God, I'm sore to say the least. It's good exercise. I need to exercise. I don't know. I have to come up with a troll jingle. Maybe. I have 7 or 8 people watching. Well, I'm thank you for watching. I'm blessed. So let's go into Schumann residence before I even pack up any kind of work. Yesterday, a lot of people actually offered to drive me to the post office, but it was a way closer to when the post office closes, and it is Christmas season. The quicker, I mean, by the time I walked there, a lot of people were just messaging me. I'm sorry. It's not because I actually needed the walk. I was so angry yesterday and out of sorts in so many different facets of life. I needed to walk. I needed to burn. I needed to be in pain. I needed it all. I needed it. I'm very angry. I'm livid. We did better today. But yesterday was a reflection of the energies that I needed to get out of me. And no, again, I am not perfect. I'm not a perfect human being. I say things out of anger and I'm a really wicked cunt. I can be. It's not a fun thing. But I'm over my boundaries being crossed. I'm over being disrespected. I'm over people giving me shallow, non-existent words. I'm over it. So I needed to walk. I needed to get that anger out. 2 hours. It's not fun, and I can't afford the battery and a kill switch. I need a kill switch. Just so until I could get another car or a better life or whatever needs to come into my observation. And I watched something this morning talking about like it already is. You just got to merge with it and give it time to collapse and like to materialize. And I understand that, but my fucking goodness, like something needs to change in my life and it needs to change like yesterday. We'll see what happens because we did have a timeline shift. It doesn't appear in the, I'm trying to get it so where we could see. I've been barely sleeping at night. Sorry, my phone is charging. So we're spiking right now, but that might be the time glitch. That might be where the glitch is. And it's not a glitch, it's just a dilation in time. Why? The Q factor. So let's go to frequencies. It's 7.34. not high, but the Q factor is rather high. It's almost at 9. That's a lot of energy right there. It is. It's a timeline glitch. Cute as can be. Sucking the energy out of us. Yes, indeed. It's a serious energy boost. It's a blackout. But wait, there's more. This is the E field. But wait, there's more. Look at the electrical field. It is bad. Look at the electrical field, and I cannot sing. Do 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 do. It's wicked. What wicked? What wicked? It's wicked and not fun. And holy crap. Anybody else out there having some craziness? Uh, Goodness sakes. Um, Chicken! Buck buck! Chicken buck buck, chicken buck buck, chicken buck buck. It's a chicken. Chicken buck buck, chicken buck buck, chicken buck buck. It's batshit crazy. Um, the kiddos were crazy today. And my principal was an elf stamper on a camper today. That was great. And Friday, the kiddos are going to be surprised by a helicopter flying onto the field. We have a humongous yard, and Santa is going to be dropping off stuff. I'm glad there's no Jewish kids or Muslim kids or Jehovah's Witnesses or any other kids that don't celebrate Christmas. Santa is coming to town via helicopter. Shall be interesting. So I get to do that on Friday if it's not that cold. Um, I have not felt pain the way I've been feeling it since like not as bad as when I was like 21 years old and couldn't like hold a pencil kind of bad, but it was like right before it got really bad. This is like the pain I was in, discomfort pain, and my I could feel my hips not aligned right, and oh my God. So today I took so why I'm on so late today, I took my time. I usually like to power walk. I'm getting good at that again. I took my time and I slowed down walking home. I got home a bit late, and by the time I got home, I was so sweaty. I needed to shower. And because the hat head was like hat head heavy. Um if you haven't watched the AI and metaphysical ponderings video from yesterday, last night, I got channeled some insane shit that I want to unravel here at some point. And this is my portrait I gotta work on as well. So we're crafting. If you are doing something, we're crafting today. I gotta get that done. Another trip to the post office. Um, sorry, I have to like the long pause here. Stupid shit. What I'm doing every day, I've been listening to different videos about your frequency, collapsing the wave function, uh, observing the reality in which, fill in the blank. And I've been doing this consistently every day. I'm not doing the journaling prompts that it asks me to do. I am so exhausted by the end of the day. I pass out. Yesterday, I I didn't get to sleep until after 11. So I am tired. I wake up at 5 a.m. Though I am cognizant in not doing the journaling, but I am cognizant when I'm getting pings from my higher self, giving me little hints and little droplets of things. So like my reality is completely, utterly collapsed. I'm not freaking out so much, but I was so angry yesterday about people not being authentic. Someone checked out and I'm kind of like, okay, that's cool, but that's just showing you know you don't and never have respected me. Um, a ton of people like want to help me, which is phenomenal, and I am very grateful for. But I don't like to take advantage of that kindness either because it's just a continuous shit show, and I'm getting tired of the continuous shit show. I'm exhausted of the unexpected bill coming in or the unexpected something. And I have a waiting list of things that need to be addressed that have not gotten addressed but needs to get addressed. And it's like, okay, at what point does it get addressed, if it at all? I can't go another few months without a car. I'm in the we're not even in winter yet. It's not even winter yet. It's still fall. The 21st is winter. Cool. But I already like dredged the early morning negative 15 degrees. It's not easy to walk in that, and especially if these kids are getting me sick. And these people don't give a fuck that their kids are coughing and they probably have pneumonia, bronchitis, and whatever else. They don't give a shit. Get out of my house for a few hours. I don't blame these parents, but at the same time, are you really? Why'd you have kids in the first place if you can't even take care of them? Where as much as I don't like this era, okay, I don't like it, and these are the kids that I have right now in my classroom. The products of that, why? Having you learn the first time to stop sending your kid to school sick? Didn't you learn something? Grandma was in the basement, as Jim Brewer says. Hi, El Sunray. How are you, sweetie? Um, but I'm getting tired of it's not about the waiting so much as like I'm being dragged physically through the mud with losing everything. And when is it going to change? Because I've been putting myself out there. I've been looking for different opportunities, but like, and then and I'm hearing from the videos like, oh, you shouldn't be seeking stuff. What are you talking about? I shouldn't be seeking stuff. We're still in physicality. I have to put action into motion to get a result. I can't just sit there. Oh no, but somebody will call you and someone this and someone that. Yeah, in 5 years. I'm being realistic now. Have faith. I've been having faith half my life. That's how I am alive right into this moment in time. When? I didn't get no inheritance that I'm great. It is causing a burnout, Ashmaya. Absolutely is. And at what point, what is my collapse point? Me walking somewhere because I don't have a car? And my teacher, as sweet as she is, my teacher really is a sweetheart. And she's like, Allison, why did you walk to the post office? I would have been able to drive you. I'm like, one, I needed to do it. I needed to get my anger out somehow. And it's not really plentiful of me cursing and using an axe in my backyard with a frozen tree. Because I would have done that. Um, I needed that walk. But it's not the point. My teacher shouldn't be the only person. I've helped so many people around here, and it's disgusting how people conveniently leave my life. And that's another discrepancy I have with the universe. Okay, so people left, but okay, lesson learned, stop doing so many good things for people. Cool. But if you don't, where's the balance? If you don't do something nice for other people, are you expectedly not going to get that energy back? And for me, it never comes back. It comes back from people that are too far away that would physically help me in a heartbeat, but that's the kind of help I need. It's bananas. So today I feel a little bit better. Yesterday I was walking, I was angry, I was angry, I was angry. Because I asked my higher self, why? Why do I have to? And it's not, and I don't feel it's from a karmic incident that it's not a punishment. It is good exercise. I lost 5 pounds, which is great. I need to do that. I need to lose a little bit more. It would be really nice. But how much more? I made the big change. I tried manifesting my dream life back in 3 years ago. Nothing really transpired besides I got a job. Great. That job doesn't suffice. It doesn't pay the bills. I tried getting the boyfriend. I tried getting, something that would be in my life that would me grow into a marriage. Something. 2 failed relationships. I'm not saying that I'm not giving up on love, and I'm not giving up on I have a ton of twin flames and soulmates and other people out there. I'm not closing myself off. But at what juncture at this age do I go, okay, I want something serious, and yet everybody keeps playing around with my boundaries and keeps stepping over me like I'm nothing. I get it. My circumstances are not ideal. If I was a man and I had an amazing job and I was bringing in a lot of money, I'd be very cautious with my own self, perceiving myself. But once you know my intention and my heart, I'm not one of those women. I'm not looking for the Louis Vuitton bag or the Louis Vuitton shoes. I'm not looking for stuff like that. I'm not materialistic like that. I just want to live my life and not have to stress so much. And doing that would be sharing some responsibilities with money. Maybe one day I will be superseding somebody. I'm not in competition with anybody but myself. I have my own expectations for myself, and I'm not letting anybody else project their own bullshit onto me. I'm supposed to, and with most of you, we're supposed to rewrite the matrix. We're supposed to go the path less traveled, the unconventional way, the way that really hasn't been done before, or it's been done less. It's not because it hasn't been done already. It's because that's the path a lot of us chose to walk. And it's how do we walk that and get there is a big question. So yesterday during the quantum AI and metaphysical ponderings, uh, something really popped in from spirit. And it's something I think that a lot of people, including myself, were not aware of. I want to observe the reality that I am financially sovereign. I want to arrive at the reality where my YouTube channel has 100K subscribers, and that's just a kick in the bucket. But for me, it's a long way away, but it's an obtainable goal, and 300 members. I'm arriving at the reality where my business makes six figures, right? These things are for the moment, at the moment, unobtainable, but that doesn't mean it won't ever be obtainable. What argument I had yesterday with my own self was the shadow component of the observation. We're only looking at the positive, high vibrational observations of a superposition that we want to collapse, that we want in the wave function, that we want to live, experience, merge with, and be joyous and happy. But then there is the collapse of the shadow. No one's talking about that. No one's talking about the shadow. There are obviously we have shadow work to do. We have the aspects of ourselves that we will forever be healing in our shadow. We're dualistic creatures. Many of us carry both encodings. My other para today, she asked me about the tuning in her ears. She's like, I get a lot of buzzing in, or not both. She's like in one ear, and then a few hours later I'll get it, and it doesn't make sense. What is that? If it's something I should go to the doctor for. And I looked at her and I said, no, that's the Christ consciousness arising within you and awakening your cellular network in your mind, in your body. She goes, what? I said, do you see some of these kids? I'm like, I could pick up on them via my brain. I'm accessing their higher selves. So I already am talking with them without talking physically to them. Oh, that beautiful but not so beautiful ability that I have reared its ugly head again yesterday. Thankfully, said child was fine. Not necessarily fine, but not necessarily having 911 called. But I felt that the electrical system in her brain was off, and I feel that. I could feel it. I could feel vibrations that are disjointed above her head. And it's not a comfortable feeling to feel because you know exactly what's happening. And it's not pretty by any stretch of the imagination. So with the energy today, kiddos were off. I got to see spirit today around one of the children I have a lot of I cried about. Said child is back and things are doing better. With me intervening, thank God. She has a lot around her. And a lot of the children do. But this one particular kid, I could see. Our abilities are heightening. Our perceptions of the abilities are heightening. Some of them are shifting a bit. Let me know if you guys are having ability heightening or new abilities coming online. Because I'm not a doctor, right? And we go back to third dimensional definitions to equate some things. And it's the verbiage is getting harder for me to distinguish, okay, like I'm talking quantum states and you guys are in classical three-dimensional definitions. It's not an easy breezy, beautiful experience. Our shadow, I'm asking self at this point during my walk yesterday, am I collapsing a shadow timeline? Did I merge into a shadow point? Or did everything really collapse and I'm just waiting for the results to start merging in with this reality? Now, I don't know. I didn't get a clear-cut answer. But today, looking at the Schumann resonance earlier, we haven't really budged. I don't know if the machinery is down, but I think we have another time. And right here would be the continuation. It's been at this point for a long while. Here. We got a big spike and it's red and it's powerful. And then it just it's sitting there and it's been sitting there for a few hours. I checked at work and it's still there. So I don't know if we're at a standstill because we are merging the new timeline. Astronomically, there's a lot going on in trines and new moons and all this stuff coming in. There's a lot of energy being dispersed in different directions. We're also getting a fuck ton of gridding right now. Gridding meaning we have a lot of codes coming in directly with downloads and uploads, but we're merging dimensional spaces. So some of that, I was talking about it a little bit yesterday, some of those timelines have been collapsing and decohering, but staying with us. So the remnants of a time like the deja vu and the mandala effect and all this, like time is looping on itself and it collapses on itself. I'm really praying that we're not collapsing shadow and that we're taking that time that's looping back on itself in a timeline and it's merging with us and the good energy. I'm noticing the kids activating their neurological systems are out of fucking whack. Out of whack. Mine feels out of whack. Um, Yesterday, and the reason why a lot of people have been yelling at me that like, why aren't I calling my coworkers for rides? A, I don't like to burden anybody or go put somebody out of their way, number one. And two, I need to ground my energy. And right now, walking seems to be doing it. As much as I get hot and sweaty and I have hot head and I'm sore. Sore is not a bad thing if I'm gaining muscle. Um, I'm working out. I'm getting moving. Like I need to do this. At the same time, it is like detrimentally, ridiculously uh, cold. So I'm glad you said that, Ashmaya, because this is what I'm feeling. We were once living in the inverse shadow reality because we needed to have that taste of what shadow really is, individualistically and collectively. And now I feel like that time did a stair step. We healed the shadow and we're moving on up. But not from a time standpoint of looping, but we went from this paradigm over here. I'm not calling the shadow a low vibratory state because shadow does not necessarily mean it's a lower vibratory. Shadow just means it's the unhealed version, the versions that we don't like to know about ourselves that are sitting here. And we've lived this experience, and now we're like, oh, to a better paradigm. And that blackout that I felt earlier while I was walking home is the ping from the universe, like, yeah, like shit's gonna start moving again. I just sure damn hope so, because it tells, these videos are telling you not to look at your bank account, but I have to know how much I have so that I know how much to pay in a bill. I don't know how I'm going to survive the next 2 weeks. I don't know. I will get there somehow, some way, or I'm done. Once again, I'm done. I'm in that done, over it, exhausted, spiritually, physically, and mentally exhausted. And not because it's Christmas break and I work at a school. No, this is my soul. My higher self is tired. And if the universe doesn't start responding soon, I'm gonna transcend self, and I'll be up there via nothing that I do, but maybe I have the ticker go or whatever. I'm over it. I have faith in myself. I know a lot of you guys have faith in yourselves that we're gonna see it through, but it's getting to the point of like exhaustion and it's getting too difficult. And I know that I wrote the difficulty in. I'm not negating it. I'm not trying to escape it. I'm just physically burnt out. I don't know how many more of you feel burnt out. It's not about being done with the routine. We've changed the routine. I've changed my routine. I'm going about things differently, and I'm still not seeing the results. Well, do I see him in 5 years from now or when the plan was projected? I was swamped with messages today from people that are, what do you think? What are you talking about? Well, what do you think? I don't feed into that crap anymore. It's not a part of my reality. I didn't get my $2,000 check. I didn't get my $5,000 check. It was projected. I'm not running after the carrot on the string anymore. I haven't done so in a while. If it's not putting food on my table, if it's not a source of me paying my bills, it gets no attention. It's distraction. Distraction. There's a lot of transcending happening on this planet right now, whether you are excited about it or not. Some people are being murdered, and some things are happening, and a lot of hooey is being put out into the field. Once again, are you feeding the hooey? It's a movie. It's a program. When are you gonna unhook? Because the plan on drop this number says fellow Americans, but how many times has that been written in a post? You can interpret it at any rate that you want. I don't know about you, but we still have laws of nature to be bound by and quantum states to entice. That's where a lot of us are headed, and that's where the work needs to get done. Not in watching and sitting back with our popcorn waiting. I'm done waiting because that doesn't give us a collapse wave function. That's not manifesting. It's a lesson in discernment. It's a lesson in understanding this shadow reality that we've been stuck in. It's shadow. It's all the unhealed trauma, all of the pain and suffering, all of the back and forth battling. It's all of it. A lot of us already have come out of that state. A lot of us have already transcended that avenue. We're watching humanity slowly like get to that point where time is really like, okay, I'm done with the loop. Let me move off that loop. I'm not feeding the hamster wheel anymore. You got to live your life. And that's what a lot of people are still not doing. I'm starting to see things circulate as well. I mean, I'm just looking at the collective that I have on social media. I'm not here to judge you. I'm giving you the little frequency warning here. Shift. Why do you keep waiting? I've been putting action into motion, and these videos and these things are giving me the reasons that I don't want to hear, but I'm being confronted with it anyway. Why it hasn't worked out? The 50 applications I put in for a job, because I have a higher calling. That calling is in service to God. It is incoming. It's already been fulfilled by doing this. There's more on my plate. It has not collapsed yet in my reality. I'm supposed to be doing this mission, not just with myself, but with a whole school of people. And some of you are here, present today. We're a tribe. We didn't get married off by another tribe, and we are formulating our own little beautiful community. I'm not here to do this by myself. I can't be doing this by myself. It's impossible. The message has to be spread by multiple people in multiple different frequencies. My frequency key is unique to Allison. This vehicle, this embodiment has a frequency key, and it's going to frequent to the people who have very similar key notes. You, on the other hand, whoever is watching me, whether you are behind the scenes or not, you have a frequency key that you will be allocating your frequency to people to wake up. And more people start waking up. And it's not about waking up to reality of politics or spirituality or yada, yada, blah, blah. It's understanding what we've been doing isn't working. Let's try something new, because this world keeps stagnating in loops. Now, how do you get out of the loop? It's not by a fucking machine in the moon. It's not because Satan is ruling the world and we're in a loop. No. We've chosen the loops because our souls needed more time to evolve. We needed this right divine timing, the right circumstances to catalyze humanity, not just us, humanity to wake up. Conscious expansion. It's not about waking up, oh, because you're a liberal or because you're a Republican or you're this or you're that. Those are separation and limited labels that we give in 3D. We're trying to dissolve that reality. But the more people feed into that reality of separation and limitation, the more it's going to continuously occur until the real fucking split happens. Dolores can't talk about this shift. I don't see it that way anymore, but it's very close in my estimation. You went to high school with a bunch of people. You were together every day. You had prom together. You had graduation together. You had all these beautiful things. And then you go to college and you go to different colleges. And everybody starts spreading out and seeking out what they want to do in their lives. And then eventually people move. It's not because they are out of your life, they transcended, and now they're on a different parallel universe. They literally physically moved somewhere else. They're not in your locality. That doesn't mean that they're not there. That doesn't mean you're not going to have interaction with them. That is just saying they're not in your locality of expression. They don't disappear. They're disappeared in perception from your third dimensional eyeballs. They're still alive and well and having a family and doing their thing. You can look at density and dimensions in that way. Densities are the towns within a state. I live in Indiana now. I live in a state, but I'm in a town that's a density. The dimension is the state. And then each town you go through are different octaves of expression of that state. So you go from Northwest Indiana, the Rust Belt, the industrious area, to farmland Indiana, where there's nothing but moo cows and farm. And then you go a little further south and you get the little hometown, little cutie pies, mama's baking pies, and there's antique shows. Does that carry on and make sense? That is density, dimension, and octave is explained in one breath. Your outside exterior, your house, your pets, your communities, wherever you live, isn't going to magically one day disappear and change. That's not how this works. The separation is that more people are falling away out of your vibration. They're going over there. You don't hear from them anymore, but it doesn't mean that they're not existing. That just means they're over there. They're not in your reality. They're not being written into your movie any longer. Your locality, all the things that you manifest and bring in unconsciously, is going to start coming in consciously. Yes, the train track, the drone, Federico Fazzin uses the drone analogy, the train track. Dolores Cannon at some point used very similar terminologies, but it just gives you guys an understanding of like what has been projected out in the spiritual community about the split, about what Dolores Cannon says. It's not necessarily wrong. There is no wrong. It's just the perception from where she was at in locality and understanding has been shifted, because now we're understanding quantum states, the quantum field, a lot better. We understand now a little bit better what superposition is in a spiritual term. Every day you wake up and you have furniture in your house, you have a house, you have certain things that are objects. They're always vibrating. And sometimes you are going to declutter the things you no longer need. You're doing the purge. So things are going to start looking a little different because you're purging out your life. You're getting rid of things to open up new spaces for different things. That's really what's going to start happening. It's not about we're going to another planet. It's not about they're coming down and they're going to take us on ships. Where some of us are on ships all the time. Let's knock the crap out of that disclosure shit. No offense to anybody there's a ton of people I know in the disclosure movement. I'm not here to discredit you and I don't want to disrespect you, but let's face facts. There's interdimensional, now transdimensional beings. There are aliens. We are the aliens. They've been here. Who are we fooling? We are them, were them, and are them in the moment now. Why do we fool ourselves with Greer and Carson? I can't stand those two because they're projecting an agenda and a narrative. Sure, there's a lot of truth to a lot of what they're saying, but then there's an underlying theme in the projection that they're spewing that is not of what we want, not for what I want. I won't even listen to their words. I don't give them my energy to manifest their bullshit plans. I don't. That is right, Ash Maya. Anything has energy to it. And you have to harmonize it even so let's take a gem shop. When I worked in Manhattan, there's some beautiful places when you walk around into these like off beaten path places. These gem stores exist. They're off the beaten path. Some of them are on the path and some of them are not. For me, going into a gem shop, I have to put my hand over the gems to feel their vibration. I have to feel the vibration of a stone. I have blue kyanite right here. I had to, this was amongst a million different gems in kyanite gems. And this one held the frequency that resonated with me. Now let's take every object that you come into contact with. People like to go into the store and touch everything. People who do that are not being obnoxious. And yes, we don't want all your oils on things. But at the same time, people need to feel the energy of things to know if it's a match or not, to connect with the frequency. It's important that we do stuff of that nature. And if we want something and it has a little bit of an off feeling, go and cleanse the shit before you bring it in the house. Cleanse it. Yesterday, that walk, I channeled an entire removing the entanglement to a particular person and cutting the cords and the knot and undoing the knots and cutting the cords and undoing the entanglement that my soul has contracted itself to have experience. And I no longer need that contract. It doesn't serve my soul. Now, if I rewrite that contract with that same person, it'd be a fresh, brand new contract, not something from the past or past lives or karmic lessons that need to be upheld. No. Boundary crossed, null and void the contract, done, not doing it no longer. If we want to write a new contract and start afresh, whether that's a friendship or a romance, whatever, I think you're capable of doing that, depending on if you learned the lessons that you needed from that karmic, from that soul, from whatever. People who aren't shifting to your frequency right away might need to be over there for a bit in order for you to harmonize your new frequency. That's where I feel like I'm at, where I'm angry at the universe because I'm exhausted. I'm tired. I feel like I'm in a ping pong match. I literally feel, and I'm going to show this again because it's worth showing, besides the powder, which I'm going to find the new one. Like my soul, like I'm the oracle and I'm also being the one hitting my own self and jumping out of my body. That's how I feel. I feel like this. And I don't like it. And not because I can't handle it. I legitimately can't stand it. I can't stand it. I'm gonna stop sharing. I just sent something to myself. I have to give it a minute and I will get it. I don't know about you guys. I have a pain right in here. Just like someone is gouging me. I don't know about you. All right, let me go find my beautiful picture. No, I don't want that. Boom. I also today got hit with something I'm not a fan of. to be quite honest. So things ended with me and Maureen, like right before 8 years ago, my mom went into the hospital. My mom was in the hospital during Thanksgiving. And in this period of time between Thanksgiving and her passing was on the 23rd of change happened in my life, and a lot of endings, a lot of realizations happened in between that Thanksgiving period to the Christmas period. It was heavy, 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 fucked up. Holy motherfucker, shit is hitting the fan. Sorry for cursing, but that's just where I'm at right now. That energy, and it's reminding me, am I actually ending this cycle? I'm trying to go through my desktop right now to find my little picture I just saved. There we are. So I'm being reminded via my mom. Hi, Mom. Thanks for watching me suffer. That I'm repeating something that happened 8 years ago. Even though the 9 years, the ending. Are you guys ready for this new picture? I want this so bad. That gives it away a little bit, but you're going to get it anyway. I don't know. What just happened? Do you guys see my screen? Hang on. Okay. Sorry. This stupid Zoom is playing with me. Powder! I want my powder moment. The Ascension. Light doesn't vanish, it returns home. Where does it return home to? Good question. So this person on the bottom, I don't want to steal someone's artwork. So there it is. That's what I want. That's our light bodies. I mean, just a visual depiction in a third dimensional sense. I thought that was cool. I mean, nothing beats Powder running in the middle of a field, lightning strikes, and orbs are coming off of him, and then shit goes down. I mean, hello. That's a phenomenal picture. So whoever made that, Brandon, thank you. Great picture. But it speaks to really like what I've been speaking on about fifth dimension. Another thing that kind of started getting me upset yesterday was that people see the struggle and compare themselves to my struggle. I don't want to be struggling. Why are you comparing? Anybody not read that? Like, I don't need. Yeah, you got through it. Congratulations. Like, I've been in this shit for half my life. What are you trying to make me feel better? I don't think any of us want to compare our struggles, our pain and suffering to anybody else. I sure don't. I give you guys my life because I am hoping that at some point in stage, that what I'm speaking out into the universe actually gets delivered, and we have tangible evidence via this channel to witness the transformation. That's why you're on my journey with me, to see it. I'm not here for a pity party. I'm not here to solicit. I want people to know that I'm going through it too. People feel that spiritual people have it easy, that we're manifestors, which, and the video kind of brings up a really good point about that. It shows you don't have it. You're in a state of lack. Are you being the sovereign creator that you're meant to be, that you already have it? This is where the definitions and the language needs to change. And I'm slowly starting to understand what they're talking about. We've been programmed continuously, even with the best intentions ever, from spiritual people, from their viewpoint and their bias, to say, oh, I'm going to bring into manifestation. Hi, Walter. Well, hi. I'm gonna start getting more onto my craft, which is my portrait here. It's an older lady. It's not a man, it's a woman. I haven't gotten the hair I haven't gotten a lot finalized, but I'm formulating things here. So bear with me. Um, but the language matters. If we're looking at things in a 4D perspective, we have to stop using limited and separated versions of our terminology. When we say we are manifesting, we're coming from a state of lack. Not because we don't want something, not because we are going to bring it in, because we don't have it in the first place. The quantum way of speaking is that it's already ours. And it's not to falsify the feeling that you already have it, because reality says you don't. Reality says, I don't have a new version of a phone. I have a phone, but I don't have a new phone. I don't have it. But in another life, I do. So another version of myself already has it. So we got to merge the feeling of already having, not in a falsified sense, because, oh, I want a new phone or I need a new car. It's because that version of me that's already driving the car has it already. Now I got to get the feeling from the higher self, not dragging it from a falsified reality. Does that make sense? So I never like to say the wish fulfilled. I don't like to say, oh, I can visualize myself in that car. I have to look at the version of myself that already owns the car, that's already driving the car, that already has the phone and the marriage and the financial abundance. Not because I have to imagine it, because I have to get to the viewpoint from my higher self that has it. Does that make sense? One is commanding it in and already owning it. It's just now getting to that destination here. And one that you're imagining the fanciful shit and like getting really excited, but that excitement is not saying you own it, you have it, you're living it. That's saying you don't have it. One version of the wording, you have it already. And it's not to say don't invoke the feeling, but how does that higher self feel in the vehicle? How does that higher self use the phone? Get that feeling because it's more authentic to resonate from that standpoint than to, oh, I want a Maserati. Does my higher self have one? Is my higher self driving one? Is that something that I can obtain? What logically makes more sense in your brain? That's where we need to go based off of. Not the separated, limited viewpoint of the imaginative, the wish fulfilled. Act as if. Well, you're falsifying your frequency by acting as if. You have to act as if from the higher self that has it, not act as if, like, I did this. I failed miserably at it. I acted as if I had the job, that I'm in it to win it. I am dressing the part. I am walking down the hallway with enthusiasm. I am flooding my energy field with excitement. And yet, I never got the job or the opportunity. Now you could say that's soul contract. Now you could say I was in tune for something higher and better, or that the universe was holding me out for something better, or a situation that hasn't manifested in terms of coming in and collapsing into the wave function. It needs to come in a synchronistic avenue that aligns with the rest of my reality. That's the frustration that I hold. Divine timing. But the rest of humanity right now is feeling that sort of like, I'm done frustration. Like, this world cannot be going this far left, far right. It's the same world. It doesn't matter what direction. I think a lot of people are starting to get it. They're starting to realize. Does anybody else feel the same way? I honestly feel that more people are starting to come into a conscious agreement that life is supposed to be a joyous, happy, harmonious event. And yes, there is going to be things and loss and transcensions happening along the way. That doesn't end. What ends is how you react to it in the way and the manner in which you do. I think the collective, whether they're consciously upgraded or not, in being aware of that upgrade, more and more of the people I work with are understanding now more of my language. They might not completely get the concepts just yet, but they're understanding. I'm like, you can't come at things with fear, even though you have a scary situation. Hi, Farley. My teacher, for example, tomorrow, any one of my readings is going to be super late. My teacher is going to court for a lot that is going on in her life, and I have to stay later for said child so that said child makes it home alive. Then plus add on the walk, so I won't be home until 4:30. And then I have a Zoom meeting. I hope that I'm not going to be late for it if I have to put it on my phone, which I don't want to do. That's something I might have to. So we'll figure it out tomorrow. I'm happy I'm live today. But yesterday, wow. Well, we're getting a lot of upgrades today. I know I have a lot of head pressure right now. I'm also probably getting sick. Right here. Besides my body hurting from walking a lot. The downloads that we're receiving are individualistic. It's upgrading our fields, but it's going to be different for everybody. That's right, El Sunray and Ashmaya. Let me tell you what, yesterday the thumbnail to this live was a part of my walk yesterday. One thing I can say about Indiana, the sunsets are gorgeous. And when I got home to go pick up the packages to bring to the post office, and I was just like, oh, it's getting really dark already. I can't wait for people to come and pick me up. I'm just gonna go. And I was already angry at that point in time. So I was like, ah, I'm right. Ah. But I got that picture on the way to the post office, and it was breathtaking. Obviously it doesn't look that breathtaking from the photo, but from my eyes, gorgeous. Rewiring the brain is already and has been already occurring. A lot of what I'm going through, and I asked upstairs in my walk yesterday, out of my anger, I was very angry yesterday. I needed a purge. I needed that walk. What mastery am I tackling right now? I've done a shit ton of shadow work. I had a plethora of ego deaths. I already had 7+ Dark Night of the Souls. And I'm really young in that facet. What are we trying to achieve in this collapse? Mastery. That's the word I got here. Mastery. What I was just talking about with the words and the definitions. It's not that it's a wish fulfilled. The wish is something you know you can't obtain. It's like asking the leprechaun to drop you the cauldron of coins. You know in your mind that does not exist, not at this reality level. Maybe in another reality, sure. Leprechauns drop gold everywhere. Not this one. In your mind, you already are doubting the wish because it's an unobtainable thing that you want. That's why wish fulfillment doesn't work when we speak it, think it. Going about the lack words, and not to say that you don't have the intention of not wanting to be in lack and you're not trying to come from that spot. Your words speak it. Your field is projecting it. And the more that you project it, the more it's going to resonate, come back to you. I'm getting a large humming tuning fork sound in my ear bowl. So what I'm doing in the moment is mastering and fine-tuning what I'm putting out in my field. Not in a third dimensional sense, in a 4 high octave sense, not for lower astral, not for the octave of full expression of 4. That's where my brain is trying to master right now and rewire and master itself. So I'm no longer letting the past loop me in the loop and leave me onto the cycle. Things have to close out. So everything that no longer serves me, adios, arrivederci. Boundaries are up high right now. If anything from those past timelines wants to come back into my life, it needs to be at a higher vibrational state. It needs to match my vibration or be in the wavelength of that in order for it to come back, because now a new story and a new book is being written. So it's not to say the people who are no longer in your locality, meaning they're not taking space up in your head, they exist, but they're not in your reality anymore. They start raising their frequency. They start doing the work. Now, they're going from the density state of their little town over here, and they're driving up to your locale to enter your density in the dimensional state. So there is also a component that I'm glad you brought up with resonate. Everybody resonates with things differently because resonate is a feeling. From here, or your gut. And you need to be aligned with all three. What people are doing, and I've noticed this throughout the 10 years that a lot of us have been together in movements, when someone says I resonate with something, it's coming from an egoic spot, not a heart-centered spot. And I know a lot of you now understand what I'm talking about. Life for me right now is unbearable. I'm at the I'm done. Fucking kill me. Or things need to start happening. Now. That's where I'm at. Yes, it is. We're always maturing. And some people just are complacent in where they are. They don't want to shift. They're happy where they're at. And I salute to them. I'm not happy I'm happy as a human being. I'm happy with my mission. I'm happy I have a talent that a lot of people don't have. Those things make me excited. It's the fluff and the bullshit that I cannot deal with. It's the human beings who take advantage of really nice people. It's the human beings who live purely out of their ego and project that, sure, I mean, I am not perfect. I ruffle feathers when they are ruffled. I'm not an innocent person or bystander at all. But also not looking at the flip side of the coin and looking at the perception coming in, or being an empath and looking at it from a different viewpoint and just projecting that it's everybody but you that's wrong. that's a problem. And I think more and more people are starting to recognize when you resonate with something, is it from your ego's point of view or your heart? Think about that. There's no limit to what higher is. I like that. There's no limits. At least in the way that I perceive. I don't know why, but noses are really not my strong suit. I don't know why. I've got the power. Boom, boom, boom. I got the power. We always have to have a balance, and that quantum AI metaphysical ponderings yesterday, like for the first time, Spirit dropped me that, well, if you look at it from that point of view of superposition, that you're merging with the higher self, what about the shadow self, which is also on the high? It's your higher self in shadow. Blavatsky spoke about this. If God's all things, what we perceive as Satan is just its shadow. It's a negative polarity. That doesn't necessarily mean everything negative is bad. It's just a perception. It's a challenge. It's a test. That's all it is. And you got to balance both aspects within yourself. Some of us, though, have come into a human form with both polarized codes within us. While some people only came into incarnate in the negative only, some came into the positive only, and then there's a little section of slither of us who came in with dual activated frequencies. And I think for those of us who came in with the dual aspect are the ones that are doing a lot more of the suffering, because we have the ability to transmute that bullshit into the light. And it's a harder mission because we have to suffer and go through shit. And that's why yesterday I needed that walk. It fucking hurt. 2 hours, an hour going and an hour coming back. And then walking to work this morning. Yikes. But my body needed to move. I needed to get and transmute that energy out of me. Any means possible. Well, thank you. Yesterday was very, very, very rough. Very rough. I'm over the roughness. You know, as a holiday season comes, here's another holiday where I'm going to be left alone. I'm going to be with Freya and hopefully Little Thor. And this is what I'm going to have. Sure, I get to work on, there's a lot I'm going to be working on in 2 weeks. But will any of that stuff that I work on, I mean, in the immediate now, make me funds to keep going? And that's where I really need to look at the next steps in my life. Am I supposed to move again? What is my options? If things are not transpiring the way I need them to survive, I'm done with survival mode. I'm exhausted surviving. And I'm not supposed to be doing this by myself. Oh, Allison, you're hyper independent. You got this. I don't got it anymore. I have no choice. And it's not to be co-independent on anybody. I need an equated equal give and take. I have yet to find that balance in my life with humans. Hi, how are you? I don't like that. I am doing a portrait for a beautiful soul that I haven't seen. She does come in on the chat here and there and says hi. I don't know what happened. I know they moved. Well, unfortunately, waiting doesn't pay my bills. And waiting is going to put me in a financial situation that no matter, oh, don't worry, the universe got your back. Well, if the universe wants you to collapse everything and lose everything, it will do that for you. As cruel as that sounds, that's exactly how my life has been shedded the last 42 years of my life. I figured as much. The season of waiting, why do we need to wait when it's already obtained? That's where we have to recycle and reuse our words in better form. There shouldn't be any more waiting. Those of us who have shifted need to start compiling. If the universe needs us to conspire something, I want my tangible evidence because I want people to believe what I am saying and embody it for themselves and to walk through the steps themselves. It's not some fanciful bullshit Allison sprinkling on you. If it is in quantum terms, science, that eventually will be tangible evidence. Well, why can't the spiritual people show what they've known their whole lives and now science can prove it? Well, why can't I show you? Right? I cannot manifest a demon to be next to me and for all of you to see it. That doesn't happen that way. I can't show you the sleeping dragon that's still fucking slumbering right here. Only a few of us can see him snoring. I can't prove that stuff unless you can see it. But you know what you can see? My subscribers going up by leaps and bounds. The membership's going up by leaps and bounds. And it's not, that's to take care of me and to make sure that I can eat and feed myself. But that's also showing tangible evidence that what I am putting out into the ether is collapsing. That I'm arriving at the reality that my higher self is already there and it has everything that I need. And I'm at this spot where most people fail because the quantum echo is echoing like a son of a bee. The old timeline I am decohering from, I tuned out of that radio station. I tuned into my higher self's station, and I'm jamming out. I'd be headbanging, but I don't want to hurt my head. I am not tuned into that old life anymore. I closed the book. Closed. Buy book. It's on the shelf. It's in the Akash. It's done. Over with. If I could tangibly show what I'm saying and speaking into existence is working, we can fast track as a collective, as a tribe of people, as a wavelength of potentialities and probabilities that we can manifest the new. And more of us do it, the quicker the algorithm in space-time starts picking it, that lag up, starts being commanded to our will, not the ego, the will of the soul. And the echo, it comes as tests. It comes as annoyances. If I'm not supposed to be in my car anymore and there's a new car that is in its en route to me, I don't see it, but my higher self is driving it. And there's two versions of it that I gotta pick one. There's a silver. I like this. I like silver cars. And there's a black one. It's an SUV. I'm happy in it. I feel safe in it. It drives soft and smooth. And I don't fret like I do when I'm in my car in the winter. There's already a version of me driving the mother effer. I'm excited about it. But I'm not to the excitement point where it's fake. And I'm grateful for it. So does that mean this card that I have now no longer needs to function in my life because it is on its way out? Cool. But then solve the annoyance test of not being able to obtain what I need to live. I can't just freely go on a date. I have to have the date come here and pick me up. That doesn't look good. I can't just get out and, oh, I got to go to the store and take a 2-minute ride down the block. It's going to take me 25 minutes to walk down the block, where in the car it takes me 2 minutes. These are the things that the universe is testing me heavily with, and it's physically exhausting having to walk every day in minus 15 degrees. Oh, there's going to be frostbite. Make sure everything's covered. So a lot of us are getting smacked with a lot of energy. The Schumann resonance is absolutely doing its thing. I'm going to check in on it. I'm adding shadows to the nose. I'm doing definition. By the way, my hyper realistic portrait work looks insane until it's completely finished. Because I layer and I go back and I smooth out and I rub in and lots of details. We are in a blackout right now. We are in a blackout. Convinced. Convinced. We're in a blackout. As that keeps falling. Has it moved much? Nope. We're still at 7.34. And we already had a time dilation earlier. We had a blackout. That black line right there. And that's in the electromagnetic field. The pressure in my head. In my head. In my head. I'm not a zombie. I'm not a zombie. Is that? Yes, I yawned. So let's read some of what's going on today. Moon trine Jupiter. Sun square Saturn. Moon trine Saturn. That's a lot of energy. Today brings a rare kind of energy that changes your trajectory because alignment and good fortune come together perfectly with your hard work. Your biggest dream suddenly feels like a solid and real plan. You actually touch because faith and doing the work fuse perfectly into one powerful force. A sudden burst of clarity allows you to see the finish line. I didn't get that clarity. Not today. Not yet. And the exact steps you need to take to get there, I have not gotten those steps either. While the universe hands you a map, I haven't gotten a map either. I'm not saying it's not coming, but and the energy to walk the path. You notice this distinct shift when a heavy responsibility starts feeling like a golden opportunity. That fuels your ambition. I just call that resilience and perseverance. This serves as the moment where wishing for a better life turns into earning it. Sorry. Because breakthroughs happen when your self-belief finally meets your effort. You are ready to confidently claim the abundant future that has been awaiting for you all along. I feel sometimes when people write stuff, the trining and the astrology, it's from a third dimensional perspective and not the four. And we need to start juncturing that with four. We're still human and we still need tangible evidence. Our gut instincts, our gut, our intuition is supposed to be the in-between guideline to what feels right or wrong. And that's going to feel different for everybody. I do hard work every day. The other day, my principal came into my room to assess my teacher, and I was on the mat with the child doing everything and then bringing the child over to my teacher so my teacher could show the child a puzzle. I was doing all the work. I don't get rewarded for that. And then I get mislabeled as what my job position is, which is disrespectful. Principal had no intentions of harm, doesn't know any better. I'm not an aide, I'm a para. There is a difference. So this is what I'm talking about. Your hard work. I've been working hard. I work hard every day. I work all day long. There's not a moment that I'm not doing some sort of work. There's a difference. I enjoy what I do. It just doesn't earn me the income that I need. I posted this on Facebook. Here, let's go to it because I think it's worthy of showing everybody. I have to find it. Give me a second. Hang on. Oh, what book is this? I don't remember what book this is, and I don't have. Holy moly. Hang on, I will share this. All souls, celestial and earthling, can be called either lightworkers or children of light. Two terms often used interchangeably by the celestial realms. This means that no matter what the path or previous history of incarnations, any soul can serve the God force in any way it chooses. Remember, there are many paths, but only one way, and that way is enlightenment. One point of differentiation is that starseed souls are on a different mission than earthling souls. The starseed's mission and karmic responsibility is to anchor oneness into everything on earth and to assist the world to evolve spiritually. Ta-da! We're starseeds, most of us. Congratulations if you didn't know. And that's not to say all of you are that. If you resonate and heart align with that, cool. This is 3 years ago. I have to figure out what I read 3 years ago. As stated earlier, they are here to hold the light for the world. This means that they must hold to higher truths and values at all times and learn to listen to the guidance of the higher self that communicates through the heart. Seriously, everything I just been talking about. Contrary to public opinion, starseeds do not have the same rights as other souls on Earth. They have come to Earth primarily to complete a job. Oh, the Order of Melchizedek. That does not necessarily mean you're attached or applied to them. They have signed etheric contracts. That's why I chose mine is a ironclad contract. I can't exit. The only exiting of contracts I could do is when I outgrown them and the people that are serving in those contracts outgrown me. signed etheric contracts before coming into embodiment. They are visitors to this world and will return to their points of origin when the job is completed. Each is programmed through contact with the higher self to make a contribution and to leave a legacy on earth. Oh, The Light Shall Set You Free. It's a good book. Hmm. For some reason, I put this book on my shelf and then I don't remember where in the shelving I put it. I don't see it, but it's there. I will take I had taken a picture of it. Um, this book also, I have preached this book a lot in the past on this channel. Obviously I can't read it outright, but please, if you're interested in what I just read, this book has it. It's a really good book and has a lot of channeling within it as well. It's a really, really good book. Um, Very good book. Um, and oddly enough, we were talking about truth and the frequency and all that. Well, I guess the reason why I checked my Facebook to go back to something to show you guys, truth vibrates at a certain frequency. That's why you can feel it in your body. When you hear or experience truth, your entire being resonates with it, as if you've known it all along. I, I never get tired of this. Never, ever. I'm just saying there's anything in my timeline, any other goodies we can grab for today besides cute pictures of otters. There's a lot of snow in 2020, by the way, in Staten Island. Um, okay. If Allison ever were to find a man that would be so humble to um marry me, I want a cannoli wedding cake. I don't need the vanilla. It could be cannoli cream. It could be cannoli cream. It doesn't need be I don't want vanilla cake. I want cannoli cake. But with cannolis. Look at that. I want it. Sorry. um Damn, my fee goes back. All right. Let me go to my page and find. I'm so tired. Interesting. Well, I mean, we have skunk. There it is. We have skunk, wild turkey, otters, deer, bears, coyotes. There's more. They all swim over from New Jersey. All right. So in all seriousness, there was a movie with Joe Pesci in it, and there's a wedding cake that comes out. It's like a mobster movie. Uh, the name escapes me every time I think about it, but that place has the best I've ever had cannolis. Period. Italian bakery, Alfonso's, Staten Island. I love gelato. Woo! Love gelato. So this I found pretty quickly. 5 truths about the quantum field everybody should know. I just like the visuals, whoever did the AI visuals. Brava on that. Everything is energy. At the smallest level, nothing is solid. Your body, thoughts, and emotions are all made of vibrating energy. Kabbalion. The quantum field is the invisible ocean of energy that connects everything. Voila. Truth 2. And again, the truth doesn't easily resonate with you. Observation shapes reality. In quantum mechanics, particles behave differently when they are observed. This means your focus and attention influence what becomes real in your life. What you expect, you invite. Key thing right here, what you expect. So that's why I learned in certain terms, it's not 100% perfect. I'm working on it, is not expecting a fucking thing to happen. I don't want nothing. I don't expect shit to happen. Because what you expect, you invite, you collapse, you observe. So I'm not expecting anymore. That expectation can get you hurt because we expect the $2,000 check in the mail. It hasn't come yet, and we keep expecting it. It's going to push it away because you're expecting it. And you're inviting, you're in that, and when I'm saying that is you're inviting more of the same. You don't have it, therefore you lack. You don't have it, therefore you lack. That's what you're expecting, more of the same, the lack. Not the check that has the $2,000 on it. It's because you don't, your body and the feeling that you're emoting into the field doesn't have it. When there is another reality of you that does. That's the difference. You have to expect from that viewpoint, not from that, well, I don't have it. I'm in lack. Yes. Truth 3, possibility exists everywhere. The quantum field holds an infinite possibilities at once. That's why nobody can remote view accurately. That's why no one can predict the future accurately. And if they do touch on something, it's not in its completeness. Also, it's because they chose a probability that had a higher fractalized rate of happening. That doesn't mean it will happen. It means what they're saying now, more people hold into predictive programming, and then more people think about it, then therefore it does come out, but not the way you expect. Once you're brain, The quantum field holds infinite possibilities at once. You are never trapped. The version of you that already has what you desire already exists in the field, waiting for you to tune into it. That is not as easy as it sounds. I'm in that holding period right now in that field. Truth 4, emotion is frequency. Your emotions send signals into the quantum field. Gratitude, love, and belief create coherence. Fear, doubt create static. The field mirrors the vibration you offer. Sit with that one. So when Ash Maya sent me the package from Ere, and there was a cute onesie in there. I mean, all the other stuff in there was amazing too, don't get me wrong. That authentic gratitude and love hit my heart. When people went to my Amazon wish list for Freya and Lil Thor, and I got a ton of stuff, the gratitude and love was extraordinary coming out of my heart space. People that donate to me, even if it's small amounts, that hits me. Charlene donated stuff to me, like all chicken and batty and all that. That is flowing in here. And it's hard to like project that gratitude in emotional states because it's beyond, for me, for this body, it's beyond that. Literally cry. I cry in happy tears. That's how moved I am when someone sends me something and I'm not expecting it. I create such a huge field of love and gratitude and abundance in my heart. It is exuding. I cry. I do. I cry. I don't post those videos or those pictures, but I cry because there's no words that can define that. That's the pings in the universe working, that I'm evolving into the new paradigm because I'm not expecting people to do nice things for me. But when they do, it hits in a spot that there's no words in human form to define. The words that are close to that definition is gratitude, but it's beyond that. So the field mirrors the vibration that you're at. And that's not to say, I'm going to unpause for 2 seconds. That's not to say you're human and you need to be able to feel anger. That's not lowering your vibration. Let's get it straight. Those feelings and emotional states come up to be transmuted. If you are always vibrating in a state of gratitude and words undefined, you would not be able to do your mission that comes into this picture of transmuting the negative into the positive, because that's your role. That's my role. That's some of your role, not everybody here. But most of you have the job of transmuting those states of not the best feelings that traverse your field. You are human. That's why you're here to do that. That's work you can only do as a human. You can't do that as a celestial being. You can't do it as an angel. You're doing it embodied as a human because that's where it's done at. So if you're frequenting and you're in a state of lovey-bovey, but then like the next day, you're like, that's because it needs to be transmuted, not because you're lowering your frequency. There's a huge difference. Even states of depression. I hit it the other day. I was done. I'm still done, right? I'm done. I'm exhausted. I'm running and burning candles at too many ends that nothing is like nothing in this reality right now, in this now moment, is helping me feel better that everything is going to come into my purview. Because the ego and the survival mode of my body needs some sort of tangible evidence that as soon as I get that gratitude and that gift and that unexpected love from somebody, that it's out the window, gone already, and there's no enjoyment because it goes to something that I need to survive. I don't want to live that way. I'm happy that my needs are being met via other people helping me. It hits in a different spot because there is people showing up for me. But I don't want to live in that state anymore. Does that make sense? The next truth. The field responds to coherence. When your thoughts, emotions, and actions align, your energy becomes powerful. The universe does not respond to words. It responds to frequency. Alessandra, I mean, you could be buddies. I mean, we're already soul twins. I can tell you that right now. We lived many lives together. Right now, all right, let's put a pause on that. What is Allison feeling right now? Let's compare and contrast. I'm not owning my story to this. I'm just giving you how I am feeling in this now moment. My foot in the underarch where it bends right here. There's a lot of pain right there. It's throbbing. The top of my foot, from the middle of the middle toes all the way up into the Achilles. My calf. This leg hurts like fucking hell. My shins on my right leg. My lower back. And we see me shifting constantly. It hurts like hell. I'm not feeling like I was when I was 21. I'm not. But this is like pre getting diagnosed, where I was able to function and like I was ignoring the pain. But I'm uncomfortable. And I can tell you right now, I'm very uncomfortable. But that's okay. That's okay. It's all gonna be okay. I have been stretching a lot at work. To prep myself, I do also stretch in the morning. So I'm not stiff while I'm walking. but I'm still walking over ice. It's still cold out. Today was like a little bit of a heat wave incoming, and then it's going to go back to hell over the Friday and Thursday, Friday. But we had a little heat wave. It was 34 something degrees today. But there's still ice on the floor, so I'm still like ice skating and having to walk in some areas in the street. Not because I want to get hit by a car, but because I am not trying to fall. And then they're saying that Christmas is going to be in the 50s and 60s. I'm okay with that. Anywho, back to so the field of correspondence. We could speak all the affirmations we want. I could say, I'm arriving at the reality. Do I feel it? Do I believe it? Do I emote it, embody it, and know it, know it? That's why when we're working with trying to collapse the wave function, aka manifest, it comes into the authentic understanding that you can speak it, but you got to feel it. But you also have to acknowledge that the other self has it. Not that you have to acknowledge that you already are living it. So it's not, you got to reach and obtain for things you know in this reality you can obtain. Not the mansion, not the lottery win, because those things are very high in percentage of not happening. You have to acknowledge the things that can happen and can happen from the feeling of knowing. So when you are speaking it into the ether with your will of intention, you know you already have it. That's the frequency that's pure in your words, in your feeling, in your emotion, not the old way of just saying, well, I have a $10,000 in my bank account. Well, how is that practical? When we say $2,000, that well, eventually there might be a check that will come in the mail via 47 if that happens. But it's more of a probability of that happening than you getting a $10,000. And not to say that it can happen, but you got to be practical and viable in the words that you're putting out and redefining the feeling that you already are living it, that you already know it, that you're already having it. That way, because you don't have it in this now moment doesn't mean it's not possible. I hope so, Scott. I'm gonna have to walk to work the next 4 days. 3 days. Sorry, 3 days. And then anytime I have to go to the store and get something down the block, I gotta walk. If I have to go to the post office, I have to walk. And it's not to say that I honestly, as the holidays are coming and people are busy, and I'm not expecting somebody to drop what they're doing to help me out. And I don't want to burden anybody. This is the burden that I have to walk. You know, it sucks. You know, people like will help you, but everything has to be on everybody else's terms. Me, I drop what I do and I run because I'm a nice person. But everybody's like that. I'm okay with it being in the 40s and 50s. Like I don't mind 32. I don't mind even 20 degrees. I mind the wind chill. That's what I mind. Like my nose right now, I've been using a dehumidifier and some Vaseline. Not that I don't like Vaseline, but it's what I have at my disposal at the moment because Allison has no money. Um, it's helping. I've been getting like severe, like starting to feel like I'm gonna get the nosebleeds. Those are not fun. Waking up and your pillow is soaked and drenched in blood and you gotta throw everything out. Yeah, not me. All right, and that actually ends the 5 truths. So this is also something I saw today that it piqued my interest, but hang on. Wait, when this happened. Uh, the quantum leap. There comes a moment when your old frequency can no longer contain you. And that was me a few months ago when everybody decided to have that rift. When your nervous system has expanded beyond the reality you've been living, that's when you leap. Not because you see the landing, but because your cells know you can fly. The embodied frequency prepares for this moment. Live in frequency. I mean, this is not what it's depicted this way, but it's not really like that. We want it to be that mystical and magical, but it's not really. There's no changes. The things that change are within you, not outside of you, within you. And when you have those changes within you, the things around you start collapsing, meaning they're just going over there. They're not in your locality anymore. They're not in your locality. They're not in your perceived reality. They're a faint little echo in over there. More things start dropping off from you, more challenges and stuff from the universe to say, hey, are you going to continue on that echo or are you going to jump? And I said yesterday, I'm jumping. Get me the fuck off of this bitch. And a lot of you have to make the same conscious effort to do that. Time's an illusion. So this is going to be one of the God, guys, I can't even. We're gonna read this together because I can't contain this information for myself right now. I saw this earlier and I shared it, but we're gonna read it. Quantum views suggest the universe never collapses waves. And collapse appears only because observers see limited outcomes. We are just speaking of similar paradigms. I'm going to read this. This is a quantum cookie. Some quantum theories say that universe never collapses waves. And what we call collapse comes from our limited viewpoint today. This idea reshapes reality, suggesting everything continues smoothly while observers experience choices as separate outcomes unfolding. There's a lot there in that one sentence. It grabs attention fast and challenges how everyday thinking treats measurement. Uncertainty, I'm getting buzzing in my ear. Woohoo! Holy crap. That's deafening. Sorry, my ears are going off like nuts, like alarms. Whoo! In certain modern physics conversations worldwide today across labs and classrooms everywhere, physicists describe the view using many worlds language, where every possible result keeps going without disappearing. The multiverse. Observers inside one branch. That's that one reality. We're in a branch of reality right now, observing it as you're seeing me on the screen. That's a branch. Feel a single outcome, mistaking perspective, mistaking perspective for physical collapse. Math supports it. Experiments stay the same, and predictions still match what instruments record daily. The balance keeps debate alive without breaking tested scientific rules shared across generations of careful researchers. Emotion enters when people realize reality may be larger than experience allows, gently humbling certainty. This does not remove meaning or choice, but reframes them within a broader story. Life still feels personal, even if physics stays impartial and vast. That tension fuels curiosity rather than fear. It invites calm reflection about knowing limits and respecting unanswered questions in science. Researchers debate interpretations openly, testing ideas with honesty and patience rather than dramatic claims. No experiment yet shows collapse as illusion or fact. Only consistent outcomes measured carefully. Equipment does not care which story we tell. Science advances by comparing explanations, not choosing favorites. Well, that's if we're living in an unbiased paradigm. This protects trust and keeps discovery grounded in shared evidence rather than belief alone ever today. For readers, this idea sparks wonder without demanding belief, encouraging curiosity paired with humility. Quantum thinking reminds us that knowledge grows through models that work, not final answers. When understanding deepens, mystery remains. The balance keeps science human and hopeful. It leaves room for awe and careful progress together in a shared universe still unfolding quietly before our eyes today. Why I needed to read that? Because that is phenomenal. You create your own reality and you get to choose every moment of what you do every day. Besides the mere flatulence and glitter sparkles and sharp sparkles, there's choices your body makes. Your soul. Choose wisely. But in saying that, there is no right or wrong. That's one of the articles I read yesterday that support the things that I've been saying. Because I perceive things one way. Let's just take Ashmaya sees it a different way. Is my way better than her way? No, it's just a different perspective. is El Sunrise viewpoint wrong or right? The way she perceives it and interprets it? No. We all look at the middle of the room with the objects in it and see different things, different shades, shadows, tones, hues of color. We're seeing it from the front, side, back, and the opposite side. Depending on your height, you're seeing the stuff in the middle of the room from a different viewpoint. If you're tall, you're seeing it from one perspective. If you're short, you're seeing it from another. Still the same shit in the middle of the room, but we're all perceiving it in a different context, in a different lens, because of your experience. Big picture thinking now. What's unfolding out in the theaters near you in the movie, 3 of them playing supposedly, is a movie perception. Now, I don't perceive it anymore because it's no longer in my reality a perception. I choose to run the frequency in the background just to give myself a laugh here and there to see where the collective is at. I tap into that, but it's a movie. It's his story. And each and every one of you could perceive that story differently. I know many of us are on a very similar wavelength of understanding and thinking that we have raised our frequency way beyond that story. We raised our vibration knowing that inevitably we are the ones who collapse if it collapses, or observe and bring in and anchor the new paradigm. We are Neo. We are already undetached and we're upstairs watching, viewing, and learning. We're in that stage now. Many of us are in that matrix stage. We're already detached from the pod. We're out doing our tests and learnings to see if we can hold the frequency long enough to drop in and rewire the matrix so it works for us. That is where a lot of us are at. And that's good news. Watch the matrix over and over again. There's tidbits everywhere. As much as that is predictive programming, also watch Lucy. If you need to understand how dimensions and densities and quantum states work, watch Lucy. 2 amazing movies that are on the boundaries of giving you truth, yet within fiction. Reconstructing Reality. You want a good book? Read Suzanne Ly's book. She has a whole series. But that one particular book, even though it is in a fiction story, gives you a totality of a bigger picture that it'll help you understand the process and the journey that we are going through. And that our future selves, the ones that we perceive in linear time space as the one over there, the one already having, is sending us the signals. It's collapsing time in the opposite direction on us. It's merging. It's downloading. It's helping us in that ripple. And in our ripple, this body, this consciousness is collapsing time on the opposite end. It's a level of succession, and we're healing as we heal. We're healing this part of the ripple. Our higher selves are healing that part of the ripple. And we're in the middle convergence line of both. We have yet to do this in human events. We haven't done this yet. We've come close. Atlantis. We have come close. And we're seeing a lot of that history, his story, repeat in a karmic loop. The more of us that are becoming more consciously expanded, or not buying into the themes, the program, the narrative of the old paradigm, we are creating the new in the now moment. We keep buying into the same paradigm over and over and doing it the same way. Separation, limitation, separation, limitation, separation, limitation. We're not seeing God, the infinite all, the one spark of the pleroma, the one and all, the little subatomic particle that made it all. We're not seeing that everybody has it and everybody's component is of it. People who still separate are hating, judging, shaming, and blaming though other people themselves for the crap going on in the world. Well, Allison, they have to be brought to justice. They did bad things. Cool. Are you the judge, jury, and executioner of that deciding factor? If you're not a judge, you did not assign yourself to that role in this lifetime, then why are you worrying about it? Because the news told me so. Because Twitter told me so. Oh. So you're allowing outside influences to dictate your reality. That's where we come in to change it. Do we understand how big our roles are? It's hard to collapse, to merge, and to rewire, reshape, redesign something we have never done before. We've never done this. Sure, we've all transcended. We've all been up to source and back down again, and up to source and back down again. A lot of us have had these experiences already, but not quite like this one. That's what makes it difficult, because we've never done this before in this manner. We've had it similar, but not exact. The remembering is to give us the drive that we need to remember the abilities that we have in order to bring it into this reality to complete the shift. And then be the teachers, the guides, the help along the way for everybody else to learn. We are the first. And there's people above us and below us. They're on a very similar wavelength that already have done this, or, Dr. Joe Dispenza, right? He's one of those people, just to name that. They still have to do the work with us. The more of us that wake up, the more of us that could spread, the more of us that could prove in tangible reality that if I say these words and I feel these feelings and I really focus and fine tune my life, that anything is possible, that I obtain that impossibility that is perceived in the third dimension. Now that we're in the fourth, it's obtainable. Now I could show people, holy crap, Allison just got some opportunity. Oh shit, she got the car that she already has in the higher self. Oh crap, she found her husband. She found the love of her life who's going to take care of her. The knight in shining armor. Third dimensional beings need tangible materialistic evidence to view to make it believable truth for them. Most of us already had those otherworldly experiences that no one else really can see or experience besides our own knowing that it happened. We don't need tangible evidence to believe it to be true. That's why we are first, because we have the open, receptive, believing, knowing, acknowledgement that there's way more to this system, way more to us than they only know I'm the body. I know I'm multidimensional. I'm not just this body. In order for me and all of you to help these third dimensional people stuck in the materialistic paradigm, they're going to shift with us regardless of their knowing or not. They're coming along for the ride. Will they be in your locality? Sure, when you go to the supermarket, when I go to work, when I go out in the world and walking past houses, those people might just be in 3D. But do they know they shifted to 4? They have no concept of this stuff. The concept that they will have when my energy field hits theirs, the epiphanies start happening, the questioning start happening. We've been seeing this for years, but now it's an accumulative energy field that's nonstop. We're seeing tangible evidence in certain ways, not in a totality sense. We're starting to see things shift. We're feeling it. We're tired. We're exhausted. So this is from the source message today. And again, these I don't always resonate with, but these are starting to really hit me. You dropped the desperation. You dropped the need. The way you're pursuing your goals now is different than any other point in your life. In the past, you needed to establish a foundation, which came with a ton of resistance. Now you're exploring all the different paths to abundance. You're doing it openly with joy and excitement. The energy shifted, and so have your results. This is a new day, a new chapter, a new way. You're moving from a space of inner alignment. And I hope that a lot of you are reading those and really anchoring those feelings in. Okay, it's on mute. Hang on. So this is a video that I viewed this morning. This is from Quantum Unfolding. You'll see this right before the quantum breakthrough locks in. So there is other videos that sound super similar to this one, and they all starting to kind of seem the same, but there's little shells of nuggets of difference in each of these. So even though a lot of it sounds the same, it's just reiterating things that will help you anyway. Let's read what's going on down here. I don't explore this. Have you ever felt the agonizing exhaustion of being almost there on your journey, stuck right at the edge of a massive breakthrough that just won't lock in or be experienced? The truth is, your quantum leap has already occurred. The strange, unsettling signs you're seeing now aren't setbacks. They are the physical evidence of your new reality finalizing its lock-in sequence. This is how to know your breakthrough is close and what happens right before a manifestation becomes permanent. So I highly suggest listening to this. Subscribe to their channel. There's a bunch of quantum channels out there. I understand that. I know I've given some of them. Just be in awareness. There's some goodies in these. The repetitiveness is already getting me like, eh. This one though. And it's based off the many worlds interpretation. Not everybody's there in that awareness yet. So just take that as, all right, homework. Homework. A lot of transcendence is happening. This is all I'm seeing in my paradigm right now. I go on Facebook, everybody's dying. Death isn't real. You're just transcending energy. Oh, that fire is horrible. Give me 2 seconds. I gotta blow my nose. Making sure I don't have green goblins coming out of my nose. I call them goblins now, and the little kids love it. I'm like, you got a snot goblin coming in your nose. We gotta get rid of that. And here Allison comes with the baby wipes and the tissues. So for those of you who are also on a very similar path to myself, I know there's the thing that my soul has been reiterating to me, even though the anger keeps coming up and it is coming out. I'm releasing it in a very proactive way. I'm walking. What gets me angry about the walking is that should I have to? Because it's not by choice. It's by, if I don't walk, I'm not getting that done. I don't like that. Universe pushes me and almost has killed me a couple of times. I'm aware of this. There's a point in where I want to walk today. I'm gonna go walk to the post office. It's a nice day outside. That's a choice. Me going, oh wow, it's negative 10 degrees outside, and now I have to walk with these big boxes. That's gonna suck. That's like a state of not preferring. But what's the alternative? I cannot afford the Uber. I cannot afford cart service. And I have to save money in every clip. Now, am I giving into the ripple of the past? I have not called Viking to come fix my car because I know he can. I don't hate him. He's just not in he's not in my locality. I'm sure that Marine is more than capable. I decohered out of his existence. He checked out. So I'm in Allison Island all by myself in my locality. The other people that used to inhabit my life that I did a lot for, gone. Bye, Felicia. You know, that's the thing. I go so above and beyond to help others. And then when I need the help, it is crickets. Or we hate you. Bye, Felicia. We don't like you. We're gonna character assassinate you. It you know, the universe puts these challenges in my path for a reason. I'm just tired of the exhausting, difficult tasks of doing that. Come on. Erase. We have a cutoff over here. So when I do my facial drawings, I skip around everywhere. I don't stick to one spot. I just go to where my eye brings me. And FYI, the older they are, the harder it gets. Because folds and wrinkles, you want to make somebody look amazing. I'm going to try to make this beautiful lass adorable, even with all the wrinkles. And one day I wish I had the overhead camera to split the screen so that you could see what am I drawing in time. Even the oracle cards. I mean, I like my desk, but it's not practical. Or it is, but I need more functionality. This neck is hard. Hi, everybody. Another person that's doing an unexpected nice thing for me. I can't. Oh. Gosh, guys. Let's human check in. I got a wave of love. In a blackout. We are in a blackout. We're in a blackout. We are in a blackout. Let's resonate together a new timeline. That hasn't moved. Moved. We're still at 7.34. We're at 8.92. And the electromagnetic fields doesn't seem to be, it's moving, but not with the Schumann. We had a blackout. Is this a reflection? I don't know, but it seems like we are in a blackout. I need a tsunami of like amazement right now. But I think all of us do. And that's something that I want to impress on others. When I had financial means, I gave a lot of it away because it's not for me to all have all to myself. I'm a sharer and a carer as much as all of you are. Um, and that's the difference between me and many people. I'm not hoard. I don't like to hoard. I mean, I hoard books. I do have a hoarding book problem. I do. Okay, but I'm not hoarding finances. Never have. Because if somebody needs it and I have it, I'm giving it. And that's the difference between me and I mean, no one, everybody here is a giver. Um, at least in the chat. For all the people in a movement that speak one thing and do another, the choices you make are going to play out in future selves. And I hope that you make a choice to do better. When you know people are hurting, no fault of their own, obviously sole choice, yes. We all want to see, I want to see people thrive. I want to see people not just living paycheck to paycheck or social security check to social security check. We should not be living our dichotomy and our dynamic that way. For me, what I do, I should not be earning the scraps that I do. And that's not even to say freely from my own volition. Am I doing things spiritually that there is no amount of money that it could buy? The frequency, the grounding, and the things that I do in the unseen at my job for these kids, there's no price tag on that. Zero. I'm protecting those children as I'm also getting my abilities heightened from them. That's energy exchange. But if you had to put a 3D value on what I'm doing, I would never have to worry about money again. Not everybody could do or handle what I do on a daily basis. And that work is not given prizes. It's not given, teachers are always the ones that get the goodie bags and this and the takeaways. And people like me get nothing when I'm doing all the harder work. I'm doing the dirty work. I'm doing those spiritual work that no one sees or acknowledges or even appreciates. The only thing that appreciates it is a child that it's getting done to. That's what needs to change in education, but that's also needing to be changed in every dynamic that has a job and people hold a job. There are lots of people that work so hard and they love what they do and they don't get acknowledged. They don't get appreciated. They don't get the raises or the security that is needed in this world. That's what needs to change. If we want to collapse a wave function, if we want the higher self to be stable, and what we want humanity to do it in conjunction with us, we need to make sure within our higher self that's living the best life ever, that everybody else around that higher self is working in tandem together to make it better. It's not just individualistic to yourself that you're collapsing and getting to a higher obtainment. Once I'm able to get financially obtained in sovereignty and have freedom, and once everything is resolved in my life, that I don't have debt anymore and that everything is hunky dory, I can help other people. There's and Scott, absolutely. I'm a recipient of this. I've been told we're going to help you, we're going to help you, we're going to help you, we're going to help you. And if any little help, I wasn't even asking financially. I wanted a job. I wanted a job. I'm a hard worker. I want to earn my keep. I want to earn what I'm making. I don't want to sit back with my popcorn and just freely get money. That's not how it works. And that's not how I want it to work for myself. I want to work for what I get back. There's an energy exchange that needs to happen. Not that, oh, it was stolen from you. Sure, it was. A lot of it was. But I still want to earn my keep in this world. And I think all of you do as well. I don't think anybody wants to sit back unless you're over in retirement, that you already worked half your life away. You now deserve to sit on the couch and eat your popcorn. And that is even hard to obtain. That's the stuff that needs to end. So we have to put into perspective, when I am able to function as a sovereign, financially free, abundant, prosperous, I have the knight in shining armor. I have the life of my desires. Of the wish fulfilled in the higher self is coming and merging with me. That I have no need to worry anymore. I don't have to complain. Allison's dynamic changes. My thinking process will then get out of survival mode and into let's co-create together a better world, which I'm trying to do now. Your world, once you are free of the system that's been holding you back and that's all you've known, how are you going to function in it? Are you going to be a greedy person? Are you going to be a hoarder? Another problem I see with the financial system and the gold and silver issue. I'm not saying don't hold on to those precious metals or that crypto or whatever. I had to choose. People donated to me silver. They gifted me silver. And you know what? Last summer, I had to cash it in. I don't care what the spot price was. I had no choice. It's either I'm holding on to something that, yeah, will gain me better value later on down the road, but am I able to eat right now? What's more important, my eating and functioning or down the road? You know what? I live in the now moment and I'm choosing now. Not to hoard something and then the value goes down or the stock market goes down and all these things change, and then what you thought you're putting your effort and your savings into dissolves. It's one thing to hold a certain amount for yourself. It's another to say and gloat, oh, I have all this stuff. I have all this stuff. I have all this stuff. If you have it, why aren't you giving it or investing in it or helping others invest in their dreams? Why are you holding on to something that if you die tomorrow, where would it go? I'm not saying don't carve out a future for yourself and don't put away for the future. I'm not saying that. But tomorrow is not promised to anybody. My father learned the biggest lesson of his life. He worked his entire life and did not get to enjoy his retirement. He passed over, he transcended without any kind of enjoyment. He worried so much about that retirement and that future, wasn't living. He didn't have the experiences he always dreamt of because he didn't make it. That's what makes me angry. Sure. Should I have saved and held on to some of the money that I gave away? Because I gave a lot out, over $10,000 out. $10,000+ out. And that's not gloating. I'm not using my ego in this instance. It's fact. I had it and I gave it. I don't regret it. Should I have held on to it? Well, what would have it done in the future now would have been different. For sure. I did what I felt intuitionally was right. So I'm not sitting here gloating like, oh, I got nothing in my bank account right now. It's barely it's minimal. I don't know how I'm paying my bills next month or the end of this month. Right now I'm up to date. But I don't know what next month is going to bring. And at this moment, I don't care anymore. I'm calm about it. You know what? A battery will come when a battery comes to my car if it starts. I don't know. And that's something that a lot of people need to realize. I give a lot more than I receive. Even when even in 2 years ago when I really like launched the AllyKat Creations business with the pyramids and stuff, I was throwing extra stuff in the boxes for people. People ordered a pyramid and I sent more than that. Why? Because I wanted to. It's not about the money. It's about the enjoyment. It's about the healing. It's about the frequency. For me, it never was about the money. I have not the best relationship with it, but I'm more of a giver than a receiver. And I had to put my pride down 3 years ago to be able to receive the help that I needed because I needed help. I need it now too. But I'm in a different state of mind at this point. I'm not in disparity like I was in New York. New York, I was 97 pounds and not eating. I was eating what was ever donated to me, and half of this stuff I couldn't eat. I was allergic to. I went to the food banks. And even if I go to the food bank on a Saturday, you need a car. They're not going to hand me a box. You need to be in a car. And I'm fine for right now, food wise. But it's the point. It's the point. That's what makes a difference. If we are trying to manifest a new world, we need to manifest one where everybody is able to share in the abundance and everybody is able to give at their free will choice. Not because so many people speak and don't have the actions behind their words. And I'm saying that with conviction right now. When you say something, own it. Too many times people have fancifully told me beautiful things that they would love to do with me, and it never came to fruition. Why? Fear. Fear. Talking a good game. And then you want to know why a lot of us have trust issues. Because at least some of us have integrity for what we do. Noses are not my friend. Noses are not my friend. Noses are not Allison's friend. Lips too. Sometimes lips are hard. I know, I look so serious. Why so serious? Because I'm adamant. I think a lot of our boundaries have been pushed in the last few years. I think a lot of us are already done and we know what we prefer. And I prefer authenticity. When you say something, I hope you mean it. When someone says I love you, I hope you really truly understand where that is coming from and not from a place of lust or a desire or a dream. People tend to do that. I'm not about it. Like I said, I'm jumping all over this. I don't know how, I have to look at the degrees, how hot the heat wave is coming tomorrow. But I will be doing an Owaspy reading at some point. I just don't know what time because my day is going to be elongated. My teacher has court and I am stuck with wheelchair child and their bus comes way after I leave. I clock out, but I have to stay because I'm the only one that knows how to monitor seizures apparently properly. Efficiently. Because I'm the shit. I'm talking from my ego, by the way. El Sunray, correct. I mean, if we look at that statement you just made, out of all the years that I helped the other paradigm, very few and far between instances did anybody go out of their way to help me. as I helped enormously them. I did that out of my heart space. I wasn't looking for a return. But when you know that somebody is struggling, hi, Buckshot, we miss you. We miss you. You miss my cannoli tree. Buck. You miss a cannoli tray. Hang on, I gotta go back. If I can find it, damn it. Hang on. Because it's in my memories. Buckshot. Oh, did I pass it? Fuck. Where's my cannoli tree? I'm sure Buckshot have seen this before if I can get there. Where is my cannoli tree? I found it! No sound. Sorry. I'm not trying to get a strike. It's a cannoli tree, cute as can be. Allison's grieving food, yes, indeed. It's a super eating tree. It's a cannoli tree. If I could have it for my wedding cake, if I ever get married, it's a cannoli tree. Allison wants that super bad. Cannoli tree. There's a jingle for all of you. Oh my gosh. I want it. Cannoli tree. It is, and I would eat all of them. Although I lost 5 pounds walking to work. I haven't really noticed. I noticed a little bit of toning. Face is still a little chunky bunky, but I lost 5 pounds. Yeah, but bro, bro, we're gonna talk Staten Island right now. Bro, yo, it's doing it. Why am I broing? Because where the blackout was keeps coming in and out. Okay. Allison needs to readjust again. Take my charging cord here. Okay. Hi. So we have a blackout going on right now, right here. Here. That has not moved. We've seen this. We're not moving. We haven't moved since I started. Okay. See where it's like a mother effer. Do you see like the color differentiation between this spike and then the green right there? Okay. So Allison opened up the app. Allison's looking at it and just hermiting stuff. And the black line keeps coming in and out, meaning like I'm seeing it go black out and coming back. But it's not reflecting Here, you don't see a blackout. But for me, it just like literally went black and went back to the normal colors. It went back and went to the normal colors. Hi, Kasan. I don't even know if I leave it like this, maybe it'll happen. Bro. It went black. Like the line that had the blackout. So, oh my God. Unless you see it, no one's gonna believe my shit. See, there's the blackout. There it is. That was earlier today. Blackout. Why my buckshot has a headache. Even my head hurts. I come back to this guy right here, up here. This is the app. This is the app. Hi, app. You see it? It did it! It did it! It did it! It did it! Did anybody see that? Replay! It's doing it! That's, you see it? You see it? It's doing it! It's peeping in and out! It's doing it now! And it's going back! I'm trying to steady my hand. So you know I'm not nuts. Allison's seeing things. She's skitsy. No, you saw her just in there. You saw it. I'm not schizophrenic. My uncle was, but I'm not. It shifted and went back. It shifted and it went back. Is it teasing? Okay, that app, I've had this app for a long time. It's never done that. It's never done that before. I'll open up the app. There's no black line showing its ass and disappearing and then reappearing and disappearing and reappearing. It's never done that before. Real time right now, we saw it. Real time right now, we saw it. See, that stuff excites me. But that's just reflecting the blackout that happened in the electromagnetic field. Now, we've seen where there's a blackout in the electromagnetic field, but it does not correspond with the blackout in the Schumann. Vice versa. We've seen blackouts in the spectrogram, but we have not seen it in the electromagnetic field. So, what is that saying? And why does it keep flipping on and off? What does that mean? Is it for only some? Who else did anybody else see it? I know the three of us who saw it, and maybe 4 or 5 of us that saw it, see in between the realities, where other people are not seeing it just yet. It's okay. I don't want it. I'm trying to get my finger up here and it isn't. Where's my finger? Oh, this is hard. Guys, this is hard to show you. Oh, oh, right here. Right there. You see where my finger is? All right, now I gotta go shoot back. It's doing it. It did it again. So Buckshot, you are probably experiencing the blackout energy, and I also had some pain in my head earlier, and it's still like floating in there. It's not bad. Um, I'm also feeling while I'm at work. Let me expand this. No. Out this way, mother effer. Mother trucker. Those of you who are just on, hi everybody. We love you. So I've been feeling a lot of this lately. More at work than anything else. Like I am the oracle pushing myself out of my bone body. Higher self is probably stepping in as the oracle going, fuck you, achoo. Yes, very similar. Very similar. So this is what I've been feeling. Anybody else? My energy has been ping-ponging all over the place. Yesterday I was in a very bad state of anger. The see you next Tuesday was out yesterday. The see you next Tuesday was out yesterday. Hi, Sparky. I did not want to be F with yesterday. The see you next Tuesday was out in full rare form yesterday. That 2-hour walk was needed to the post office. That was needed. That's the thumbnail. It's still doing it. That's my chair, by the way. Look, it's black. No. It's doing it now. And it's gone. Um, so I'm not, we having a blackout right now, but we had a blackout earlier as now the Schumann is doing, hi, peekaboo, peekaboo. I did peekaboo today with my kid. It was the cutest thing in the world, by the way. But the energy today was out of this, off the charts. Also, another reason why Buckshot is probably having migraines. The electric field is going berserk. That's a lot of energy. That's a lot of energy, cha-cha. Lots of energy. And the pilot, I don't ever really read this so much. That's high too. So there's a lot of energy flowing and bombarding us. And yesterday I really was like, I wanted an axe. I needed to go pew-pewing, didn't get to do that. My circumstances suck. But if that is the suck, that changes the paradigm for me. And that's just signs that the echo of the old is releasing and decohering. Give me a hug, universe. But we shall see. That's why I speak my experience. That's why I'm walking the journey with everybody and being transparent with everybody, because if I can tangibly show my reality changing, and by using specific definitions for 4D wording, then anybody could do it, and you just have to hold that frequency. And it's not about, it's about how you hold the function and how you speak your words and how you feel them, and know where the feeling comes from. You already lived it. The wave function collapsed. You got to observe it, but you got to observe it from the lens of the higher self and not as a lens of lack. And it's not the wish fulfilled, because a wish also means you don't have. Please, I want, or I need. Yes, and that's going to take a long time to restructure our wording, our definitions, and our meanings of things. But when we're speaking from the avenue of not having, it's not there, the possibility of it collapsing in the wave function is small. You already have it means that higher timeline is running and overlaying, and you're going to start seeing pings, which I've been seeing some pings, but they're painful. They're uncomfortable. Walking in minus 15 degrees to work is not ideal. Walking to the post office was much needed, but it's also something that could have been avoided. Sure, I needed it. I lost 5 pounds. I feel good. But today I'm hurting like a mother effer. I'm working on a portrait. I still have things to work out on there. I also need to take my supplements very soon. Spirit wants me to draw, so we do so. We got to come from the state of acknowledging we already have. So I already have the husband. That husband in divine timing needs to show up. The old story is still echoing in my field. My quantum field is still echoing the past. It's slowly decohering. The radio station I'm tuned into still has a tiny bit of static. So until that becomes a clear octave of experience of level of noise on the wavelength, and I think that static is just the universe testing me. It's going to test you because it's giving you a choice, what you prefer over what you don't prefer. And it's your ego over knowing. And that's kind of hard to differentiate when you're in a moment. Like, you're supposed to get angry to transmute. That's many of our missions, is to get angry to transmute the pain and the suffering. So if we don't have contrast, we're not going to be doing our missions by transmuting. So that needs to happen. But are we staying in that state? Or we are just observing it, letting it flow through us, absolving it, decohering from it, and transmuting it, and moving on? Like I said, the last few weeks, it's been hard. but it also recognizing that I've been calmer. Yesterday was the first day that I was really like enraged, and I like power walk to that post office. I've been power walking home from work. I put my music on and I'm looking like a hoodlum because I look scary when I'm walking. Powder! If we haven't seen me, that's me walking to work at 7 in the morning, all bundled up. And then I have to carry a bag with me to change my shoes because I'm walking with very old snow boots. I need new ones. They're all cracked and nasty. But they work. Yes. In my estimation, my perception of reality, the many worlds interpretation is real. If we're looking at how spiritual people talk about timelines, that's the infinite possibilities and potentialities. It's called the superposition. I am still working on this, guys. Still. I am still working on this. The many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics postulates that when a quantum measurement is made, the universe splits into multiple parallel realities, one for each possible outcome or choice. When we look at this interpretation, it avoids the concept of wave function collapse by postulating that all possible potential outcomes of a quantum event are physically realized in different non-interacting branches of reality. Branches meaning this reality that's occurring right now for you. The spiritual may see this as a density dimensional space or octave of experience. This forms a vast multiverse, which the conscious observer perceives one outcome, since there are materially confined to a single branch. The spiritual calls this timelines. So what I've been doing is taking the quantum understandings in scientific language and putting the spiritual spin on each of the definitions. So things are collapsing in the wave function, but in one branch of experience. So that's why the observer, Allison wants, let's reword, obsolete timeline, echo of the past. I am arriving at the reality where I am financially sovereign. I am arriving at the reality where I am married and I have a beautiful partnership. I am arriving at the reality where my YouTube channel has 1K subscribers and 300 memberships. I'm arriving at the reality that I have a 4-wheel drive SUV that I'm driving. Now, those are things I can obtain. Those are not fanciful things that I don't believe I can't get. Those are things I know I could work toward. Those are goals, obtainable ones. Not winning the lottery and not coming up with some crazy invention. That's not my pathway. That's not my contract. In the confines of my soul's contract, those are obtainable things. Now, there is a self. There's an Allison, another paradigm Allison out there that has it already. It's not about imagining the car, the marriage, the house, the money in my bank account. It's feeling it as if I already have it, but already having it because I'm living it, not because I'm thinking it as an imaginary thing. That's the difference between when people are like, well, you have to act as if. Well, no, acting as if still gives you a false sense of hope. Acting as if in the perspective of you already having it because you're living it is a different feeling from act as if. Because there's still a doubting in that act as if. There's a naivety towards that saying. Because when you wish on something, wish upon a star, it's like hitting the lotto. There's 1,000,000 to 1 chance it happens. You already are living on a timeline where it happens. Now it's up to you to frequent that knowing, feel it, but not in the I won the lotto. It's not about feeling that way. What does your higher self in the car feel as it's driving? Is it like every day because you already have it? So you're not as excited. You're calm, cool, collected, comfortable, at peace, at freedom that you already obtained this object. You're not freaking out going, oh my God, because you already have it. That's acting as if, but having the feeling of like excitement that it's yours. Visualizing helps too, but it's more the feeling because you know that's your higher self giving you the ping, the energy of that feeling of having it already. It's not about some doubt, the lack. You want something, it's because you don't have it. That's the universe giving you back lack. When we redefine our words in a fourth dimensional framework of quantum, because that's the technology we're in right now, that's how we're viewing the world, more in a quantum state of unpredictability. The many worlds interpretation makes sense to a spiritual person because we talked about timelines for millennia. We talked about octaves, sub-octaves, rays of God coming down. All that is states of being and consciousness. Like I said earlier, this shift, this split of people, it's not because they transcended and went to another plane or they went on a spaceship. The shift is, here's your locality. Allison has a locality. I have the internet with people that show up, and I have people around me. No, I really don't have people around me at this moment. What decohered out of my frequency was things that don't vibrate in my locality anymore, in my bubble of love. Okay? It's like going to high school and those people move to another state. They just moved to another density of experience. It doesn't mean they disappeared and they're not there. They're there and they're living their life. They're not in your locality. The town that you live in and the people in your vicinity is your density. The dimension is the state in which you live. And we have overlays and it's forever expanding. Yes, but it takes and requires a lot of work on your mental capacity. And that's the state of stuckness I'm feeling currently, is that everything is collapsing, literally collapsing. I have no car at the moment. I'm afraid any day now the phone's going to go and I can't afford shit. So I'm at that state of everything literally dissolving out of my reality to make room for something new. And the challenge for me right now is that it's not here yet. And I keep being patient. I'm doing the work every morning. I'm waking up, holding my heart, taking some deep breaths, and feeling the state of my higher self. And acknowledging where I want to arrive at. I'm arriving. I'm observing the reality. I'm arriving at the reality. I'm arriving at the frequency. I'm tuning into the radio station of my desired path. That tune is, yeah, baby. Yeah. That takes work. That's nothing you could skip. That's nothing you can bypass. Don't compare yourself to anybody else. You're creating your reality. So stop comparing your reality with anybody else's. That's not going to get you anywhere. Ask your soul, not your ego, why you are having to go through the withdrawals the way that you're going through them. There's a purpose and a learning from that. Just like myself, I have done so many things for so many people out of the kindness of my heart. And not my coworkers. I'm not talking about work. And then when my car dies, it's crickets. Or I have a bullet coming through my window and I need a new window, or I need somebody to help me figure out a solution because I don't know. It's not solved. I have foam on my window and I look like I have a crime scene again at my house. I am always showing up. But when I need people to show up, like physically, it's crickets. And that's what I'm trying to decode here is I need better quality people in my life that actually show up and not tell me that in words that they will and they don't, because that's not where their intention lies. What I do in the morning is not really meditative. It is, but it isn't, because I'm feeling the state in which I already have this stuff. It's not the wish fulfilled because it's not a wish. I'm already living it. It's this state of understanding and knowing that I have these beautiful things coming, that they're on its way. It's already here. I just have to cohere to that frequency. I just have to clean up when you're tuning to the radio station, I have to tune to an octave of purity. And it's also contracts and divine timing. Like so from a higher perspective, from higher density Allison, wherever that reality is that I have it already, I'm living it, that has to densify into material form to be collapsed here for me to experience it tangibly, touch it, feel it, drive it. That takes time in linear space. That doesn't, we don't have replicators just yet. We have 3D printers. We're not at the replication stage. So it does take time, and it takes time to recalibrate your frequency within yourself, because it's all coming from within and being projected out. You have to make sure what you're putting out with not just words, but your feeling matches what is already there in reality, but not intangible seeing reality. That's the difference. You have to come at it that you're already living it and that it's yours and you command it. When we can clean up the definitions, when we can clean up our wording, our feelings. Are you coming from an egoic state? Are you coming from an unhealed state? Are you coming from an unhealed shadow? Like I said, in the Quantum AI and Metaphysical Ponderings video I did the other day, like, epiphany hit. Download came in. You're not only trying to collapse from a higher self, but you also have a higher self in the shadow of the same frequency. You got to be very careful that you're not collapsing the shadow aspect of your higher self, because your higher self is still in dualistic. It still inhabits two forms, a light and a shadow. God is light and shadow. Satan, God, they're one and the same thing. It's a shadow aspect. It's the positive polarity and negative polarity. You have a positive and a negative pole. You're dualistic down here, and that's how things work down here. Up there, it needs to cohere to density, polarity, duality. You have to will that clear mind. You have to also give yourself more compassion. I don't think you're giving yourself some grace and compassion. Your journey is a difficult one to overcome and to navigate, and you have to have a strong will of mind. You have to be sure of yourself. Stop looking outside for the answers. You have to start looking within. You have to question your higher self. You have to ask the why questions. God's how you perceive it. There are people that perceive God in duality. What is oneness to you? What's the definition for you? I create my own reality. My subconscious created this coffee cup, created this oracle card. We co-created all this experience together. So someone thought up the coffee cup that was in the ether and actually materialized it, made it into form. They made a coffee cup. They designed it. But technically, I brought it into my reality. As a higher density, whatever dimension, it doesn't even matter at this point. Yes, that's a totality of the label we give God. But people perceive God differently and know God in for its personal experience. There's no right or wrong. That's something you should really watch my Quantum AI and Metaphysical Ponderings. There was an article that was like, there is no right or wrong. Because every probability and possibility exists in the multiverse. That's what I call divine neutrality. I'm an agent, I'm appointed, I'm anointed from source itself to be here. I volunteered for this role. Great. I got hit with the non-duality, the divine neutrality almost a year and a half ago. And been expanding ever since. I don't see good and evil anymore because I see the grander picture. I see the working parts. I understand why certain things have to happen the way they happen. Source is a personal experience because you are source. You're a fractal of it. We all are. And on a quantum level, we are all one. Coffee cup over there. I'm going to read this beautiful card. And then I'm going to get off because it's my bedtime. I have a long day tomorrow. Yay! Sovereign. Queen Maeve, however you pronounce that. Value what is sacred to you by protecting it from interference. Even that which may be well-intentioned. Be compassionate, but set firm boundaries. You are going to triumph over a negative situation. It will take courage, but you have more than enough inner strength, resourcefulness, and boldness to accomplish what you wish to obtain. Do not give up. You have the ability to connect with higher worlds, so open your heart and mind to the light. At the portal between everyday reality and the rapture of unchecked aliveness stands Sovereign Queen Maeve. She is an I don't know how to say this word. Initiator, I'll just say, taking us beyond the constraints of polite moralism and into the bliss, sacred passion, grit, and astuteness needed to cultivate and protect the light. Goddess, warrior, queen of the Fae, and fearless guardian and protector of territory. She stimulates confidence, encouraging one not to shy away, but rather to assertively engage with life and claim your true place in the world. She encourages us to refuse to allow our sacred territory to be intruded upon by unworthy rulers. Why a lot of us are decohering. Whether they be critical voices in our own mind or ego-driven interlopers. Maeve is the instinct to engage when challenged, to call on recruits and use all inner wisdom and talent at your disposal so you can assert the light and refuse to be put down or denied your rightful place. Rapture is a pathway out of control and into the sacred and consciously chosen abandonment into something greater than self. When the ocean into which we plunge ourselves is that of the spirit, then our ecstasy becomes revitalizing, frequency raising, soul empowering, which manifests pathways to victory, where in a lower state of awareness, there appeared to be no hope. If we honor our need for communion with the sacred realms, we will give ourselves the time and space we need to integrate relevant practices into our lives. Committing to spiritual practices requires self-possession to know what matters to you, irrespective of whether another or a society in general can recognize the wisdom in your values. Yes. True spiritual sovereignty exists outside social mores. It is not about becoming subservient or subversive or disrespectful to others, but rather about seeking out freedom of being. This leads to your naturally becoming an active presence which dismantles enslaving social mores and stimulates society to mature spiritually. This oracle asks you to come home to yourself again and again. No, you are strong enough to live your life and chart your course in communion with the sacred. Do not allow your destiny to rest in the hands of others. Recognize that the light within you is your true ruler. You have the power to light yourself up with spirit. Commit to what you can do and believe the realms of divine are working with you. Do not be dissuaded. You shall be victorious. If spirit isn't here, I don't know who is, because we have blinking Schumann resonance and a card that just sums up everything I said tonight. And I didn't get to do my light bulb fixing, but I did get to do some in my portrait. I added a lot in the neck and in the hairline. You create your reality. We co-create all of this together. And for epochs, we've been doing it wrong. We weren't ready yet to move forward. And now we have the power to not only learn how to reword and redefine our structure so that we are collapsing and bringing in forth the new world. We are rewiring it. We're doing it differently this time because all the other times have failed in terms of we cycled again and again and again and again and again and again and again. We kept repeating the same shit because we kept going about it with the veil down the same. We fed energy that kept bringing forth the same war, pestilence, famine, destruction, hate, shame, and blame. This time, we have to go about it with love, light, consistency, perseverance, resilience, recalibration, and coming in with, we already lived a better life. Now, why don't we bring it here? It's already there. We got to drop it down in here. Instead of revisiting the shadow aspect of the higher self and saying, oh, come on down. We still have so much to heal, me and you. We've been purging this physical vehicle through all that shit. Now we're focused more on that higher self that already lives it, has it, and is experiencing it. We have to bring it so we observe it and it becomes our reality. When it becomes my reality, that I get everything that I know I can obtain, know that it's arriving at my destination, and I can tangibly show you eventually that it happens, more and more people will start looking at the quantum realm and start refiguring and reconfiguring their words so it actually makes sense, that it actually coheres, that it actually collapses the wave function, and that we are actually manifesting collapsing the wave function to a new world. That we are all co-creating together, but we got to do it individualistically first. Once we figure out the mechanism of self and how to get and obtain the higher self to emerge, then everything else is going to fall into place. Not because 47 said so. Not because J.G. Wentworth said, I want my money now. Not because I want the lotto and I want it now. No, that's not how reality works. And everything right now is a test of the echo of the old. So we have to overcome that echo. I'm doing that every day. I'm doing my best to sit and feel myself already living that existence in a state of calm. Not asking the universe and expecting the synchronicities of signs, numbers, symbols, and knowings, downloads, uploads. I don't need them. This is what needs to feel. Before I leave tonight, we're going to look again once more at the Schumann. It's Allison's bedtime. We are still in blackout. My estimation, we're still in blackout. and it's still shifting the black. So if you're looking for the black, you're looking toward here in that center right there. You see it? It's shifting in and out. You see it. Go back and go check out I do it a couple of times, but we did have a blackout. Energies, the electric is going bananas. So if you're having headaches, I know my body is killing me, and that's because I'm working out, walking a lot. Doing better for my body in that regard, but it still sucks. I still have limitations in my body system until I arrive at the reality that I'm healed completely. Just keep fighting the good fight. Don't give up on yourself. I know I'm done. I had my done point yesterday. I'm done. I'm done. But that time that I said I am done, a lot of things started collapsing and decohering out of my reality, out of my locality. Maybe there's more things in the unseen that I'm not aware of, and that needs to decohere again. I don't know. But I'm sending each and every one of you love, light, compassion, grace, shielding, and protective energy. Please go within. Literally. Feel it. Go back to my quantum AI metaphysical ponderings. Go back to the other lives where I am giving you those suggestive languages I'm going to be doing. Once I'm off, that's Friday is my last day of work for 2 weeks. I'm going to be carving out more of that presentation. I'm going to present it to the 4D members. They're going to get back to me and let me know if it's cool, if they understand it, what do I need to tweak, because that's what the 4D is. Memberships are. We're going to be working a lot with that. I might also do for everybody a pick a card oracle reading. I'm going to try to throw some Christmas goodies to everybody, or holiday goodies, however you want to put it out there. It's just me and Freya and Lil Thor and Baby P. But until the next time, guys, please go within. Be the physical shoulder for somebody. Be the lighthouse. You are the lighthouse. Now shine your light in its destination point. Sprinkle and seed your truths respectfully. You don't want to lose people that are on the fence. They're there for a reason, and you might be the determining factor of seeding something and then it grows. You got to give it time and patience. Light that path forward. And until the next one, guys, I will be on Friday. I just don't know what time I'm going to get home. And if it's going to be the flash freezing stuff, it might take me a while to get home. So just please ring the little dot, the bell icon at the bottom of the little screen doodle, so you know when I am going live. You'll get a little announcement. Hi, Ally's live. So you know that I'm live. Otherwise, I still haven't figured out Zoom. I might play with that stuff. But guys, thank you so much. Thank you for all the help, the generosity, the gratitude is undefinable in my heart space. There's no words. When people help me out, I'm crying in happy tears. But there's no words to function to even say thank you is not even enough. Thank you all. Thank you for showing up, and thank you for being a part of the community, because it's not about me. It's about all of us connecting and working together to make the new world happen. And we chose this, so You're stuck with me until we get there. Joking. But until the next time, guys, I love you guys. Please be safe, be seen, and have a blessed and beautiful day wherever you are in the world. And bye for now.